Doing a little setup. Do 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 do. Delay is huge. Much better. Ah, much better. Testing. Do do do. Do. Testing, testing, test, test, test. 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 Doing a little setup. Do 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 do. Delay is huge. Hmm. 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 Test. Test, 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 test. 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 Bop. Bop, 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 bop. Do, do, do. All right. Let's start a shaman. Let's do cleric. Necromancer. I'm not too certain what I want to play. Uh, do, 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 do. Hey, yeah, I just saw it now, Jenny. Sorry, I'm just doing some setup here, getting everything going. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Right now, I was playing the shaman. I'm not super down with the shaman. Thinking I might switch up to the might switch up to the cleric. I got to get my buddy on to transfer some stuff over though. Good to hear that you're doing well. Sorry about the little bit of a stream delay there. Batman. All right. Do, do. Do. How's the audio doing there? Like, can you hear me over the music fine, or is there anything I can adjust there? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, you can. I like my little Pepega. Thank you. I appreciate it, my friend. I appreciate it. But I'm all good there, Jenny. I appreciate your hospitality, though. I like my little logo. Dun, dun, dun. Wait, did they make it so you start with your? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, okay, no more starting scrolls. That's interesting. New little bit in the patch there. Oh yeah, no, I appreciate it. I just haven't done all that stuff yet. I'm pretty capable of whipping up a nice overlay. I just haven't done it yet. I just haven't been on this channel in a very, very long time. Just sort of setting up new. Hmm. Ba 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 ba. Ba, ba. Oh, it looks like my webcam is shut down. God damn it! What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Just had to restart the camera. Uh, there we go. Working again. Perfect. Okay, let's see here. That's working again. Teeth. How do I get the teeth off? Oh, this is working fine. Okay. Okay, big case. Ah. How's this looking?
this item scene. Select the pink cogwheel and then the clapboard icon to open the hotkey settings menu. For this item scene, select the pink cogwheel and then the clapboard icon to open the for this item scene. Select the pink cogwheel and then the clapboard icon to open the hotkey settings menu. Scroll
Haha, oopsies. I just need to remind you that there is no summer. I just need to remind you. Oh, this song's a vibe. You know,
Hey there everyone, AJ back again for the Mighty Gluestick channel, your easy listening sage for Dungeons & Dragons lore. If you like what I do, I appreciate your support as members of the channel and also patrons. Please do subscribe to the channel so you can catch at least 2 videos per week and a live stream on YouTube every weekend. Dragons. They don't have the name of the monster in the title of the genre for nothing. Today I'm here to answer the question, are there dragons native to the plane of Carceri, the Tartarian prison dimension? I have a video on Carceri linked down in the video description. It's a grim and very oppressive and ominous environment, an alien dimension with its own peculiar laws of physics. As an outer plane, it is strongly influenced by a certain
test.
The environment of this dimension hovers between chaotic evil and neutral evil. It consists of 6 layers within this lower realm. Think of them like its own version of the Feywild and Shadowfell. The outer planes don't have Feywilds and Shadowfells of their own, so they have layers, each with its own name and special qualities. Carceri is a vast air-filled void with no stars, just a recurring glowing with an orange red-like glow, like a string of evil pearls. While gravity acts normally on the planet's surfaces, the void is like an endless dark sky, weirdly homogeneous and stable, without a breath of wind. On the layer of the top layer of this dimension, named Othris, each planet is about the size of Earth, but they float only 100 miles or 160 kilometers apart. The lower down one travels in the parallel layers of this dimension, the smaller the planets become, and the farther apart they float. There is no day or night on any of the planets unless a god resides on one and wishes there to be so, because this plane is divinely morphic, which means that beings of sufficient godlike will can just change the environment around them. Also, there's a uniform warmth and red glow that radiates from the very rock and soil of these planets. What little plant life there is sprouts up rapidly after any of the rare bursts of rain, and then spawns noxious fruit and seed pods before withering away within hours, quickly rotting down to a moist and musty peat-like soil. Endless worlds can house endless hordes, and who knows how many creatures truly live out their days in Carceri. The The first layer does have some notable landmarks in a famous location though, one of which is the two planets that have a 50 mile high mountains on them that actually join in the middle. This location is called Mount Othrys, and that is what the whole layer takes its name from. Where these two peaks join is a massive citadel. The river Styx also flows across all the worlds of this layer. It will vanish into a cavern on one world and reappear on a spring in another, wending its way through all the lower planes. Othrys is like a hot summer day in the prime material plane, bright enough from all the glowing worlds suspended in the sky. It is also damp and humid, with many rivers feeding into the Styx, and the surface of the world is made of broken hills, mountains, and lowland marsh, bogs, swamps, with a constant danger of quicksands. Also, there are many deep chasms where ancient and evil beings dwell. Our main concern with this environment, though, is the Tartarian dragon, native to the plane of existence and perfectly adapted to it. They are evil, not just in attitude, but in their appearance, combining many features of the worst two kinds of chromatic dragons, the green and the black. They are on the larger side of the range that planet dragons reach, starting off as a medium-sized wormling, growing to large size through their juvenile years and huge size as young adults, and then having a late growth pulse when they reach old age, and the most ancient of their kind are well into the colossal category. They appear emaciated, with drooping flesh and tattered wings. Their leathery scales are covered in grey, olive green or black patterns, a bit like tiger stripes or some sort of jungle reptile predator that blends in very well with the native terrain, and their black eyes glow with a lurid green light. Their fangs and claws are typically black as well and wickedly long and sharp. They seem to wear a permanently grinning expression, which always makes them seem like they're the worst bullies of the dragon species, who just spotted a fresh victim every time they lay those evil eyes on you. It's a perfect reflection of their nature, really, because they are vicious thugs who will pass up a king's feast to instead slowly murder and eat a shrieking and terrified victim. Though they can survive perfectly well on eating any source of food, Tartarian dragons enjoy eating fiends and condemned souls the most. The larger the gulf between their power and the victim's weakness, the more delicious and irresistible a meal they become. Fear and torment are like salt and pepper spicing their food. They are found throughout the layers of Carceri, from the many ruins, swamps, and chasms surrounding the prism cities and the worlds of Othrys, to the dense and dark acid jungles of the layer called Carthrus, to the dark and dangerous jagged mountains of Colothus. The deep chasms between the soaring, sharp mountains infested with legions of demons and the hordes of the Yugoloth armies. Where they reside has a lot to do with how old, large, and deadly the dragons have become, as only the largest and most formidable dragons would feel comfortable looming over a whole army of Yugoloths and mobs of demons. Carceri is a prison plane, a place where tormentors are confined together, and the only victims are those who will not hesitate to victimize anyone else they can. There are no kind and decent beings here. The Tartarian dragons are rotten-hearted scoundrels and vile sadists who range from chaotic evil to neutral evil. There are no good Tartarian dragons, never have been. The nature of the environment they are born into imbues this into every part of them. The mating habits, gestation, and hatching of eggs is largely a matter of guesswork. The dragons are extremely secretive about it, lest any native beings attempt to use their offspring as leverage against them. My personal theory has to do with the lowest layer of Carceri called Agathis. The planets are so small and far apart they are dark and one can't see any of the others in the black sky. The planetoids are shrouded in mist and a thick covering of ice that is streaked with blood-red bands. The air is so cold on this layer that it will freeze the lungs of any unprotected humanoid eventually. Breathing is certainly very uncomfortable, and the place is very inhospitable to life forms who are not immune to the cold, or at least extremely hardy, which older Tartarian dragons are. While the dragons are not immune to cold, they are traditionally ignore a certain level of damage. They've got a damage threshold, which allowed them to endure the frigid extremes of this environment. Now, while this is said to be the lowest layer of Carceri, it may not actually be correct. We just know that any of the usual portals between the layers are found on the surface of the planets, in the flow of the river Styx, or portals found in caves and such, all of which is deep beneath a mile or more of ice on the planetoids of Agathis. So Are there tunnels, secret tunnels of the Tartarian dragons that descend to sheltered tunnels deep below the surface? Do these connect to ancient portals to a hidden, lost layer? Nobody knows. Tartarian dragons are highly skilled in magic that will allow them to make the most of such monumental secrets, though, as we shall discover. Tartarian dragons do not make their way to the prime material often. They can dwell comfortably in a variety of environments and dwell perfectly well for as long as they want in the material plane, both above and under the ground. They delight in reproducing the jailhouse atmosphere of Carceri whenever they find themselves on the material plane. That's comfortable home away from home for them. But they find the lack of evil beings like demons and Yugoloths to eat rather lackluster and tasteless. The whole plane is kind of dull to them, and they really hate all the goodness, which is completely weird and obnoxious to them. Their reactions to acts of charity, compassion, and love is exactly how we react to acts of malice, cruelty, and hatred. They see things the exact reverse of how good beings do. Their lairs transform the landscape into a dungeon complex full of traps designed to imprison, impair, and force interlopers to turn on each other in hatred and desperation. They attract the worst kind of minions, black-hearted and cruel. The kobolds who flock to these dark gods become conniving, psychotic cannibals who compete with each other on who can deliver the most worthy victims to their master's torments and entertainments. If their offerings are insufficient, they become the Tartarian dragon's next meal. Like their master, they constantly strive to hide their nursery of eggs from their master, who enjoys hunting them down and devouring the eggs in front of them, keeping a few of the newly hatched in order to perform dark and twisted experiments on them, transforming them into elite monstrous forms that terrify the rest of the dungeon inhabitants. They are the apex of a hierarchy of cruelty that drags evil beings into it and will not let them go, and may the gods have mercy on any adventurer who ventures inside looking for the vast treasures of these exotic, otherworldly dragons. In combat, aside from hordes of minions and a riot of traps, crazy terrain obstacles, and the red light from braziers burning the fat and bones of the dead, the Tartarian dragon seeks to pick out single targets, using its minions, the terrain, and its own powers to divide and conquer extremely effectively. In the first round, where they decide to enter the fight, typically when the player characters are fully engaged with minions already, the dragon will unleash its exhausting breath weapon. I think the stats for the bronze dragon are fine for the Tartarian dragon, but the lightning breath is instead a force damage breath weapon, blasting out in a line that disrupts and smashes everything in its path. The gas that they breathe is a supernatural concentration of will-sapping mist that doesn't count as a poison. It's more like a psychic attack that will confer a level of exhaustion on any who fail their wisdom saving throw. This gas can't actually kill victims though, so it can't inflict more than 5 levels of exhaustion on a target at all. They are resistant to any force damage and have advantage on any saving throws to resist forced effects. They have advantage on all wisdom saving throws and are supernaturally able to move and attack normally despite any magic, terrain or effect that would otherwise impede their movement, including the hold monster spell, web, any sort of paralysis, as well as any difficult terrain. All of their attacks are otherworldly and count as magical, plus they are resistant to all non-magical bludgeoning, piercing or slashing damage, so you don't really need to adjust anything else on the bronze dragon with those extra additional resistances and stuff. They're quite formidable. They're resistant to all spell magic below 3rd level as well. They can forego a physical attack to instead make use of one of their extremely powerful spell-like abilities. Once per day they can cast Force Cage, Maze, Imprisonment, and Odaluk's Resilient Sphere. That is a slew of spells between 7th and 9th level. That also explains why they can probably create pocket spaces within other hostile environments, or even retreat into a pocket dimension of their own creation as a means to retreat from combat that's not going their way. It may be that their eggs will not hatch unless they are kept within some sort of pocket prison zone for some time. Being locked away from the parent is probably the only reason any of the wormlings survive at all. This dragon will attempt to seal away and isolate victims and then later release them in order to murder them one by one, after it's rested and recuperated completely in order to face them fully prepared and at the peak of fitness. I have had quite a few questions about what sort of magic and enchanted items that dragons specifically craft and use just for themselves, because yes, they absolutely do construct magic items draconic magic items, and they do have their own arcane traditions that are impossible for other creatures to copy, as I will explain. I'll be talking in some detail about those in a video coming up soon. Please hit the like button if you made it this far, subscribe if you like what I do, check out my Patreon for some exclusive content, all the full scripts for these videos, buy some merchandise from Teespring, wear your geek with pride, and as always, thanks for listening, thanks for your support, and I'll be back with more for you very soon. Hey there, my name is AJ Pickett and I make videos about role-playing games, and lots of them. I upload twice a week with a live stream every weekend. You can also find me on Subscribestar, Patreon and Discord, Facebook and Twitter. Also, there's an option to join the channel as a member, and I welcome any suggestions you have in the comments section down below. If you like this video or this channel, please subscribe and hit that like button if you would be so kind. There are dragons, a great variety of dragons. For those of you who have been subscribed to or following my channel for a few years now, you will have seen some of the strange dragons already, but this next category is on a whole different level to what you've seen before. I've stated many times that dragons are both mortal physical beings and spirits infused with elemental power. In many ways, they are like the reptilian version of the Genasi. But in the case of the catastrophic dragons, this elemental aspect of their nature is taken to the full extreme and they become forces of barely contained destruction. It is not lost on me that a great number of D&D players will not have heard much about this category of dragons because they never played 4th edition of the game, and so this will be a very weird set of dragons for them, and I'm only too happy to introduce you to them and share what lore there is for them which can be shared across the different editions of the game. However, for the 4th edition fans, I must say that I'm not going to rehash some of the mess that 4th edition made of the existing lore in regards to the Dawn War, Dragon Gods, Primordials and so on. What I am going to do is provide the lore for them that allows them to make sense in the modern game. So no details about the Raven Queen specific primordials, and we're back to dealing with the elemental planes rather than an elemental chaos. That being said, grab yourself a tasty beverage, make yourself comfortable, we're about to get deeply nerdy. Please note, I am drawing from Dragon Magazine 424 and 425 digital editions, as well as the 3rd Monster Manual for 4th edition, and quoting from 1D4chan's page on Catastrophic Dragons, which is really good, you should check it out, all for this article, so there is a lot of direct quotes, as well as my own notes blended together, as is my usual way. Dragons were not always so clearly divided into chromatics and metallics with a few neutral gem dragons on the outskirts. There were all sorts of different dragons long ago when the race was still young and exploring the multiverse. The Cobra Dragon is one that springs to mind. Dragons exist on countless worlds across the prime material plane. They are hyper-adaptable beings that can absorb traits from their environment and change their physical characteristics of their offspring while they gestate in their eggs, often immersing them in some sort of a nest of their chosen elementing location, such as the briny waters of a sea coastal rock pool, for instance. Over time, dragons also adapted to what were once very strong and prevalent religious doctrines among their entire species, to the point where, as today, most consider the chromatics and metallics to be almost a different species, and the idea of these two working together is just unthinkable. Long ago, this wasn't the case. So there was a series of very bitter and heated religious wars that, in some worlds, weakened the species significantly and put them at a great danger of extinction when other powerful foes took advantage. You can really boil down the origin of the catastrophic dragons from their perspective to this. Gods seem to favour the weaker races. Time and time again, the divine powers would seek out pathetic, squishy little humanoids to pin all their grand schemes and elaborate games on, and rather than the clearly superior choice, the dragons. Only when things got really bad did they turn to the dragons to save everyone else's necks. The metallic dragons all have something of an obsession with the humanoids and practically fall over themselves in their haste and eagerness to serve the gods. They flock to the banner of mighty Bahamut, and for most dragons it was either pick up the side of Bahamut or pick the side of Tiamat, who styled herself the god of all evil dragons. Well, some dragons decided they were all crazy, and the gods were nothing but petty interlopers from the realms of dreams and wishful thinking, who descended as parasites and craved the attention of mortals, and were doomed to squabble and fight among themselves forever and get everyone else murdered along the way, as they treated the multiverse like a sandpit full of toys for them to fight over, And so those dragons who were not falling for any of that bullshit, who could clearly see that the gods had no real business in the prime material plane, actively sought out the real custodians of that prime, the original source of power in the multiverse, who recognized in the dragons their true potential. These dragons sought out the primordials. There are, of course, a huge number of primordials, and they are an extremely diverse group, so there are thousands of tales of how the dragons approached them and exactly what happened next. But to cut many stories down to the basics, the dragons made deals and they got power, raw power, and a lot of it. Another slight misconception that I should clear up is that the Dawn War started, raged, and ended long ago, when the prime material plane was young. It may have its origin at that point of time, but the Dawn War was also waged across time itself. So while it started and finished long ago, as the prime material plane progresses through time, the Dawn War just arrives every now and then, and some primordial or god or group of either suddenly appear and all hell breaks loose before they finish that particular mysterious skirmish and all vanish into the dimension of time again. It's quite possible in the D&D multiverse to run into and even perform missions and receive boons from gods who are supposed to be dead. Dying doesn't stop a past self from travelling forward in time beyond the era that it was alive. Same thing goes for the primordials, so while Imix, the elemental lord of fire, may be dead at some points, he can still show up and cause a ruckus thanks to the Dawn War and quite a lot of very chaotic and unbridled time travel. As the catastrophic dragons made their pacts and took on new and more powerful forms, often brutally, they became wildcard agents and have acted for either side of the conflict, most acting as agents of destruction for the primordials mainly, but also acting on their own whims and wishes, dealing out death and supreme levels of violence to either side. So, catastrophic dragons have a very well-deserved reputation for being highly unpredictable and extremely dangerous. As the dragons approached different primordial powers, they received different elemental enhancements. So there are many different types of catastrophic dragons, each identified by the form of elemental power they generate and have mastery over. So let's take a look at what those known types are and what they still have in common with the different types of true dragons. Like true dragons, catastrophic dragons are long-lived creatures with distinct stages of life that determine their abilities. They begin life as an egg, but not a biological egg. In fact, it takes a significantly hard DC 22 Arcana skill check to even recognise that the object is an egg at all. Really, it's more like an explosive, a very unstable elemental explosive. When they do explosively hatch, they have the general shape of a dragon, however they are basically elementals in draconic form. They don't require food, water or air to survive, although they are known to devour victims just out of a draconic instinct still raging within them. They are also prone to eating magic items if you're not too careful where you point them. What they do consume as a food source technically is raw elemental power caused by them, so when they set off an earthquake or a firestorm or tornado, they soak up some of that power as they move through it. Their meals are literally disaster areas, leaving behind ruin and desolation as they wander off to snooze somewhere for hopefully a decade or so. Normal dragons release elemental power through their breath weapon, while catastrophic dragons don't have that restriction. They release power through various magical auras and area of effect attacks, as well as devastating enchanted melee attacks. And it has to be said and stressed that another thing common to catastrophic dragons is insanity, at least from biological mortal beings' perspective. For example, avalanche dragons believe that their ultimate goal is to kill death itself and revive all the dead members of the draconic Pantheon. Most of the breeds will react with intense anger and violently attack to stop any divine entities from stealing elemental power that is rightfully the property of the primordials, even if they are enemies of the primordials themselves, and they will target genies for retribution, as well as singling out Genasi for daring to be infused or have power over elemental energy, while at the same time being allied with other genies, which would seem to you or me to be somewhat hypocritical, considering that the dragons have a biological origin themselves, so they share many common traits with genies. But catastrophic dragons are more elemental than not now, so they are basically guarding their turf. It's not a good idea to have elemental entities trapped in magical devices that draw off their power anywhere near the catastrophic dragons, for instance. They will not tolerate that even one little bit. Earthquake dragons are offended by cities, actively targeting them for demolition in order to return the land to unblemished elemental purity. They have a skewed view of other dragons who see the elemental power within non-catastrophic dragons as stolen property, and that is all the justification they require to murder any other dragon that dares to confront them. Other dragons, of course, see the catastrophic dragons as abominations. They would tell other beings that these were dragons who were victims, who were captured and experimented on by the wicked primordials who have been driven insane by the unrestrained elemental power that was forced into and through them, burning away the god's divine spark that makes dragons the blessed and ordained rulers of all other beings. Fine rhetoric, but you won't see them or any other dragons going on hunts to eliminate these so-called abominations. They just avoid them like the plague for a damn good reason. That reason is a very long legacy of stupid self-righteous dragons getting absolutely brutalized. The epic dragons of cosmic power, like the prismatics, are, as always, more aloof and circumspect, reasoning that the important point is that dragons are extremely adaptable. They're all superior life forms, and no matter what, dragons must exist. Even the catastrophic dragons. And when a chromatic, metallic or gem dragon is killed by one of them or another dragon, it's just the strong weeding out the weak. This is fairly rich coming from the gigantic and super powerful prismatic dragons, but who's going to argue? Well, I am, I suppose. The process of transformation that created the catastrophic dragons involved prolonged exposure to extreme levels of elemental power. Thousands, possibly even millions of them died. Only a few survived, and of those, only a few were truly transformed into dragons of catastrophe. Consumed by elemental fury, their connection to the physical world is broken in a way that other dragons find abhorrent. Catastrophic dragons are no longer composed of the living flesh of mortal creatures. They are made of elemental matter. Although they advance through the standard ages of dragonkind, catastrophic dragons do not echo the life cycle of the metallic and chromatic dragons. They do not mate, they do not lay eggs in the traditional sense, they do not brood over their young as do other dragons. You can't have dragonborn catastrophic dragons, for instance. Many of them have traits that have more to do with their elemental energy than any other draconic heritage, so they might have multiple heads or a lack of wings, twin tails, additional limbs, and so on. You might have volcanic dragons that have similar traits to red or black or blue dragons. It doesn't really matter. At times their form can look like leathery skin and scales, but it's not made of that same substance. This is clearly evident when it releases huge bursts of power as an aura effect and their flesh seems to dissolve or blast apart and then reform again immediately after. Also, when damaged, it's clear that they don't actually have scales and such. Small parts of their internal elemental essence can be ripped, severed and torn from them, which are actually referred to as scales, and there are very...
I forgot about the logs. I should have sold those.
Losing these bits doesn't add to the injuries though. Catastrophic dragons can lose limbs. They can be severed from their body and a moment later a new limb has appeared, not healed or grown, but manifested from the raw elemental power within them. They have no internal skeleton, no internal organs. There is no physical distinction of each dragon's gender. All catastrophic dragons reproduce by way of raw elemental power. They are engines of destruction. They never need to sleep, but they do tend to spend long periods of relative inactivity, their internal energy seeming to recharge over time. When some other disaster strikes, it's usually enough to awaken them, their elemental energy building up enormously fast and the natural environment around them going crazy with regional shockwaves, superstorms, tremors and such that herald their arrival. Each breed of catastrophic dragon has its own reproductive cycle. Some, such as the avalanche dragons and the typhoon dragons, reproduce each year as changing seasons inspire the events for which they're named. Others operate on a far more intermittent schedule, imprinting only every few decades when natural disasters unfold. To see catastrophic dragon, the eggs usually imprint only when a dragon of at least adult age is present and participating in an elemental cataclysm. On rare occasions, however, this disaster of sufficient magnitude leaves behind such eggs even with no dragon present. It's almost like they've left behind some of their essence in the environment. So catastrophic dragon eggs can appear during the most fearsome episodes of elemental upheaval. For example, typhoon eggs might be found buried in coastal sands, left behind by the swirling foam of the most violent tempests. The rubble of a deadly tremor might hold the rough-shelled eggs of an earthquake dragon, scattered among a city's broken stones. Blizzard dragon eggs might appear as crystalline orbs found in the wake of a deadly winter storm. I should also note that catastrophic dragon eggs have a wildly varying rates of viability. So dragon eggs that imprint more often because they have more natural disasters that generate them have lower successes of survival rates. So their numbers stay consistent with the slower producing but more viable like volcano dragons and stuff. Moreover, The gestation period of catastrophic dragon eggs is not a fixed period of time. It depends on the frequency and intensity of elemental forces affecting the local environment. It's got very little to do with the dragons themselves. Eggs can normally be dormant for decades if untouched by the proper disaster, or they can hatch in a matter of months if the environment cooperates. So wildfire dragons may hatch quite quickly. Only a few of the many hundreds of eggs which might be generated from a season of wildfires may be viable, whereas volcanic dragons may have eggs that will hatch guaranteed next time there's a destructive volcanic event. On average, the smaller scale eggs are about 8 inches long and weigh about 5 pounds, but they can be much bigger, varying in size, even amongst the same species. The one feature that catastrophic dragon eggs share is the elemental power imbued within them. Each contains the potential strength, fury, and capability for destruction of the dragon slated to one day hatch from it, but without the sentience to guide it or control it. That develops later. Combined with their rarity, this makes catastrophic dragon eggs as valuable as they are dangerous. For alchemists, they're essentially a nuclear pile of elemental energy. Of course, they're extremely dangerous. While a catastrophic dragon egg remains in the area where it's imprinted, it's relatively hardy and resistant to damage. It's waiting for the next storm or whatever. But when removed from its preferred hatching ground, it becomes a fragile liability. If not transported in the proper fashion, a catastrophic dragon egg can detonate, hatching prematurely to blast an area of land with elemental energy that lays waste to the surrounding area. With a bit of care though, knowledgeable characters can secure and transport dragon eggs with only minimal danger of mishap. I may make some additional videos covering each individual type of catastrophic dragon and some ones that I've been thinking about, but here are the various categories of them in brief of the known catastrophic dragons. Probably the worst are the volcanic dragons. They are extremely cruel, vicious, evil, vindictive, and hate-fueled. They enjoy destroying cities and forests in particular, and they love the sound and smell of sizzling flesh as it becomes immolated. While they may rage and rant about ambition and power, rank and reputation, really all they care about is murdering as many creatures as they can. Volcanic dragons were the first of the catastrophic dragons to turn on the primordials and fight for the gods, and then promptly betrayed them and everyone else thereafter. To this day, volcanic dragons are regarded by the power brokers of the multiverse as the most dangerous and untrustworthy mercenaries available. Use them only if you dare, because although they have one-track minds that make them loyal for a time, invariably betrayal is coming. Their appetite for destruction is unshakable. Only similarly malevolent elemental creatures of flame can hope to have anything resembling a stable alliance with these creatures. Massive heat pumps from them at all times. They're fairly lousy at flying, but they can melt through bedrock and sort of swim fly through the planet's molten core. They emit huge plumes of toxic gases that are also highly flammable. Their bites can set victims on fire, and their claw attacks have an enchanted means of removing a victim's resistance to any fire damage, which is just wonderful for those who have had no idea that they could do such a thing. As well as extending out their toxic incendiary cloud, they can also detonate it with pinpoint precision, and they can cause fissures to open, spewing magma under the feet of their enemies. Wildfire dragons crave the destruction of life. They lay mostly dormant during the months where snow and rain prevail, but come the hot, dry summer months they rise, along with the rampaging infernos they create. Wildfire dragons spend their quiet time in shallow burrows dug out from grasslands or foothills graced with many softwood trees to ancient ruins beneath crowded city shanty towns with all those wooden slums. They're interested only in their territory and its inevitable need to be reborn by burning. So it's kind of a noble goal of theirs. Wildfire dragons may tolerate allied creatures at first, but will inevitably turn on them once any other opposition is reduced to ash and smouldering corpses. Wildfire dragons are surrounded by an aura of withering heat, intense enough to kill. With fiery claws and bites, they move with the speed of a flash fire, their serpentine bodies weaving and leaping, pushing walls of fire before them as they grow older. They can master this fire to such a point that they can hurl fireballs. These creatures fight from the air, where they swoop down as a blast of living flame that burns all it touches. A wildfire dragon focuses its wrath on creatures that penetrate its scorching aura to deal it actual physical damage. While foes mass against it, the dragon howls with delight as it easily moves through them, positioning itself so that its aura and its physical attacks destroy as much as possible. The freedom to move is vital to a wildfire dragon, which knows that its foes have no more chance to contain its fury than they have with grappling fire itself. As such, it reserves its most potent and ferocious attacks for enemies that attempt to immobilize or restrain it. Wildfire dragons are indiscriminate in their choice of targets, taking equal delight in watching all creatures burn. Avalanche dragons are known as the Death Slide dragons to the mountain orc tribes, and as Smothering dragons to the Goliaths that live below the peaks where they commonly lair. An elemental accumulation of jagged stone shards and blinding dust, an avalanche dragon shows a draconic form only in broad outline. Its wings are twin clouds of dust and glittering sand. Its eyes, fangs and claws are crystal shards flashing with static discharge. It's constantly shrouded in a shifting mass of stone and rock, and it's one of the few that can be allied with in regard to specific types of shared enemies. So if you are forming an alliance based on your hatred of the undead and the Shadowfell, well, then you're in luck. They are a breed that have very long memories and hold some very serious grudges, and can form a common bond with other creatures based on those. Avalanche dragons openly ally with other kinds of catastrophic dragons when they can, especially earthquake and volcanic dragons, whom they feel a certain natural kinship. Avalanche dragons might come together under the leadership of a creature other than a catastrophic dragon if that individual channels sufficient amounts of raw elemental power. No catastrophic dragon can be said to embody a true sense of balance or serenity, though the avalanche dragons sometimes come close. They delight in the crashing roar of the landslide and burying prey beneath the mountains of stony debris. They also enjoyed long periods of rest, during which time they take in the view of the surrounding lands above their lairs, content to watch and dream for months or years at a time. They're composed of a whole lot of rocks. They can also hold a lot of elemental air energy, which makes them agile and very fast in flight, as you would expect an avalanche to be. Speedy! As with most catastrophic dragons, they are formidable close range, and their aura effects attacks are pretty formidable, but it's not until they've been around for many centuries that they've gained the ability to hurl boulders with any sense of accuracy. The blizzard dragons are found in the plane of Pandemonium quite often, as well as the elemental planes and the countless worlds of the prime material plane, but they're also more common than you would expect in the Feywild, often allied with the Fey of the Winter Court, in that parallel dimension, of course. One could almost call them the social butterflies of the catastrophic dragons, at least among those who have truly tyrannical and cruel hearts. All blizzard dragons have an aura of freezing cold, gale force winds that surround and sweep would-be attackers away or mislead them, giving them a tactical edge. Their claw and bite attacks are freezing cold, and their bite attacks in particular temporarily entomb victims in a shell of ice. They can unleash all sorts of nasty cold effects, including if you are stupid enough to direct a blast of cold at them, it will basically rebound and blind you. The blizzard dragons band together with other creatures of cold, including frost giants and arctic beasts, winter wolves and that sort of thing. Blizzard dragons mould their environment to their will, whether sculpting the snow and glaciers on a mountainside or filling an underground chamber with ice. They have a strong hatred of the Shadowfell along with the avalanche dragons, and would be happy to murder the Raven Queen if they could get their hands on her, due to a lot of bad blood and history between them and her, which I'm not going to go into the details of. Earthquake dragons are true menaces to civilization. The arrival of an earthquake dragon in a region is heralded by minor tremors. In subsequent days, the shaking grows increasingly violent. Soon buildings are crumbling and people are disappearing into chasms that spontaneously appear in roads and fields. Hungry chasms. Once the dragon has ruined a city and chased away or eaten the inhabitants, the earthquake dragon might dwell in the ruin for months, digesting its food and basking in the destruction that it's wrought. Then it tires until it moves on to the next region to repeat the process. They're one of the only catastrophic dragons that has any interest in material things. They just happen to have a lust for precious gems, and it may be possible to negotiate with them in exchange for such fabulous treasures. Otherwise, they are temperamental and will turn on most allies, except for the rocky creatures like Galadur, elementals and such. The less digestible the ally, the better their chances. Earthquake dragons are considered to be clumsy at flying, but they have impressive ground movement and burrowing speed. Also, in combat, they shake everything around them with their aura of tremors, which makes it very hard to get near them. Tornado dragons were the creations of the evil elemental lord Yan Si Bin. This is one of the few ones which I'm going to go into any detail with. As with all the catastrophic dragons, they have some origin connected to the various elemental powers and primordial entities. In the case of the tornado dragons, some of them are still loyal to Yan Si Bin for the power that he bestowed on them. They are the most vicious enemies of the metallic dragons and the god Bahamut, whom Yan Si Bin tasked them with destroying somehow. Other tornado dragons have managed to escape this toxic quest and instead spend their existence just destroying whatever the hell they like. Tornado dragons have a deep scorn for the worlds of the prime material plane and have little hesitation in destroying any part of it, including those that have devoted their lives to the worship of the tornado dragon and its tremendous power. So cultists, as soon as the dragon tires of their gifts and antics, it will destroy them as well. Tornado dragons will only ally themselves with creatures of elemental planes and beings who have significant powers over the air, such as storm giants, typhoon dragons, and some genies, and air elementals, of course. They are frequently the target of demons who seek to capture them and direct their destructive power, and Pazuzu, the demon prince of the lower aerial kingdom, has been a particular thorn in their side for thousands and thousands of years. Angels and other celestial servants of the gods find the tornado dragons equally vexing and keep a very wary eye out for them when they're visiting prime-material worlds. In combat, the tornado dragon's presence is heralded by wild and spontaneous storms. Black clouds pile up on the horizon, and a keen eye might spot the dragon flying along the leading edge. A swirling column of wind tethers the dragon to the storm, growing in intensity as it rips through trees, buildings, and anything else in its path. Like any natural storm, the tornado dragon produces torrential rains, hail, lightning, and damaging winds. The dragon's physical attacks are fearsome to be sure, but its channeling of the storm's power greatly increases its devastation. Outside of combat, and their frequent visits to the ground to pulverize herds or animals and rip shredding paths through forests, the tornado dragons simply drift through the air, almost gentle and beautiful as they revel in flight in the air itself. If they happen to spot a metallic or chromatic dragon nearby, though, they fly into an instant and lethal rage. Typhoon dragons are born of elemental water and lightning, taking the form of dragon-shaped waves of water, surrounded by storm clouds and violent winds. Even other catastrophic dragons consider the typhoon dragons to be insane, as they are the embodiments of the storm and the worst ravages of the sea, wantonly destructive, mercurial engines of annihilation, hindered only by their insatiable and unpredictable curiosity. They like to get into things. Like all the catastrophic dragons, their emotions hold a much stronger role in their behaviour than their intelligence does, which is not to say they're stupid. It just means that eventually, no matter how logical an alliance, deal, or favour may be, the dragon's need to destroy will shatter whatever patience or instinct is making it withhold its power. Surrounded by an aura of grasping wind, it's very difficult to either approach or flee from a typhoon dragon, and using lightning or thunder attacks on the creature merely triggers a reciprocal storm outburst directed right back at you, shattering the assailant's body with thunder or striking them down with lightning. Typhoon dragons can deliver electrified bites or kindle a powerful and violent outburst of thunder and lightning with their personal storms. They can also manipulate the sea or other large bodies of water to create massive waves, whirlpools, and such just by moving through them at great speed. The mercurial nature of the sea manifests in these otherwise pure engines of destruction as an insatiable and unpredictable curiosity, sometimes damned creepy. The typhoon dragon might grow fascinated with something as unique as an undersea ruin in its territory, or as mundane as a victim speaking with a peculiar accent while begging for mercy. An unusual piece of jewellery, an unfamiliar race, a snippet of half-heard lore, or other peculiar cultural tradition. Any of these things can grab the typhoon dragon's attention. This curiosity could cast him a few questions, or the dragon could abandon short-term goals in favour of learning everything it can regarding its new fascination. This curiosity inspires typhoon dragons to become collectors of eccentricities, from Sahuagin art to religious writings to locks of hair, animal carapaces, or broken bits of sunken ships. Their artistic appreciation also focuses very heavily on the beauty of destruction left in the wake of massive natural storms, which is something they try to emulate as often as possible. Sure, they may murder thousands of coastal people, but it's art. As one of them invites you to witness a rendition of thunder poetry, they make this with lightning bolts, so it's best to be avoided if you can. While it is the end of the listed types of catastrophic dragons that I have for you today, I certainly invite you to create many more, as the lore indicates that there are many different versions of these terrible beings. For instance, a catastrophic dragon of plague, or a dragon of famine, has some interesting and horrific possibilities. Perhaps there's catastrophic dragons of what? I look forward to hear your ideas in the comment section down below. Please hit the like button if you made it this far, subscribe if you like what I do, check out my Subscribestar or Patreon for all the full scripts for these videos, buy some Teespring merchandise, wear your geek with pride, and as always, thanks for listening, and I'll be back with more for you very soon. Hey there everyone, AJ back again for the Mighty Gluestick channel. I make videos about Dungeons & Dragons lore full time and have a huge collection of videos for you to binge watch to your heart's content. I upload each week with a live stream each week as well. If you like what I do, please consider becoming a member of the channel by clicking the join button below or backing me on Subscribestar or Patreon, where you can get access to all the scripts I write for these vids if you prefer to read what I'm saying. I also have a Discord server with an active community, and of course, if you think I've earned it, subscribe to the channel. Some call them skull dragons, some call them swamp or even death dragons, but we Dungeons & Dragons players typically call them black dragons. And on the prime material plane, there are very few draconic creatures with a more vile temperament and sadistic motivations than these wicked monsters. I'm not going to warn you about the content of this video. If you clicked on the link, you probably have some idea what you're in for, so sit back, grab yourself a beverage. We're about to get deeply nerdy. The last time I included a black dragon in my campaign, it was in the form of a dragon egg the player characters discovered just as it hatched. Mere moments later, the wormling had claimed its first victim as it sprayed acid over a hapless old lady in a city alleyway. The players had already dealt with powerful undead. They felt confident that they could handle a baby black dragon. Within a few days, the dragon was secretly plundering the city of its wealth, stockpiling a hidden hoard of treasure, manipulating the players into covering its rampant murder spree, and just for fun, raising one of the characters' own dead relatives as skeletons for the rest of the characters to fight. Within a few more days, the dragon took over the city. All the player characters who were still alive pretty much not in any position to attempt to oppose it. Moral of the story, that creature was lethal from the moment it crawled out of its egg. So let's talk about why. Dragons are supernatural creatures. They evolved into super predators long ago, but were further advanced and enhanced, particularly on the world of Toril, by the actions of other powerful races and entities, elevating a land-based drake into a winged form and then somehow binding that living organic body with elemental life force. We've seen this happen spontaneously with mortal races of the prime material plane who are exposed to the elemental planes for extended periods of time, and indeed dragons are so extremely adaptable that these forms of transmutation and transformation of their extraordinary base biology happen with more apparent ease and regularity than many other forms of organic life. In fact, it happens a lot easier with humans, you may have noticed. Look at tieflings and genasi. Shadow dragons are a perfect example of how the true dragons seem to automatically enhance themselves with the most formidable aspects of the new dimension they find themselves in gradually over time. The elemental spirit of the true dragons is a unique hybrid, much like the creation of the first genies. Somehow the individual soul became fused and forever entwined with elemental power. So much so that most true dragons' metabolisms work on quite radically different forms of energy. They often survive without food or water for very long stretches of time, and unlike other biological beings, they don't weaken with age. They continually grow stronger and larger, right up until the very end of their lifespans, which can stretch into many thousands of years. Vuthaderastrix, as they're known in Draconic, the black or skull dragons are exemplars of the chromatic qualities of Tiamat's chosen children. They prefer to lead solitary lives and are extremely aggressive and predatory right down to the core of their being. Black dragons can lay their eggs up to 120 days after mating, but internal gestation only takes 30 days before they can be laid. There's no mating season, it largely depends on individual dragon behaviour and personality, so they mate more frequently than others. It can take place anywhere and is much a matter of territory and dominance and personal urges as it is any sort of attraction between the dragons. So black dragons don't consider general appearance of their mate, only strength and cunning. They're also not loyal or affectionate outside of whatever is needed to safeguard their offspring and their territory. In keeping with their reputation for ferocity, black dragons usually fight for their mates. The females do most of the fighting, flying far and wide to locate a desirable male and then impressing him with a victory over a rival. Eggs are usually laid near the male's territory, and the male is left to guard the young. Black dragon parents are protective, but they give their offspring little support, beyond the occasional bit of advice. Quite a few black dragons don't survive the actual hatching process, as the parents don't assist them by tapping the egg, as other dragon parents tend to do. The eggs are 1 foot long, weigh just over a pound, have an armor class of 12 and around 10 hit points each. They're kind of scaly and leathery, with pigmentation matching their parents from ashen grey to an oily black. Total incubation of the egg takes around 480 days, and black dragon eggs require being immersed in a pool of acid capable of doing 1d4 damage per round, or being submerged in a swamp, a bog, or a marsh for that time. Black dragons have been known to make a bowl of precious metal composed of melted coins in which they drool a pool of birthing acid. So these may form a terrain hazard close to or within the lair of any of the dragons at any time. As with all the other true dragons, the birthing process is accompanied by a surge of elemental power within the region, like a spike in the parent's usual regional influence. The newly hatched black dragon emerges from its egg cramped and sodden. After about an hour, it's ready to fight, to fly, and to reason. It inherits a considerable body of practical knowledge from its parents, though such inherited knowledge often lies buried in the wormling's racial memory, unnoticed and unused until it's needed. Black dragon hatchlings will eat whatever leftovers their parents leaves uneaten in the lair, and otherwise hunt using the most basic techniques the black dragons prefer, such as lying in a muddy bog, breathing water, and waiting to ambush its prey. When small, they feed almost exclusively on fish, mollusks, and swamp vermin, rats being a fairly staple part of their diet, so you'll always find heaps of bloated, rotting, and slimy rat corpses in a black dragon's lair, as well as piles of rotten, partially pickled fish. It's their snack food, so the smell is extraordinarily foul, making it hard to breathe. And of course, disease is rampant on every surface or any pool of liquid that's not acid, and is always teeming with harmful bacteria, so filth fever, or worse, is probably going to affect any creature that gets wounded or is stupid enough to eat or drink anything in the lair, or from the water sources very close to the lair that have been contaminated. A black dragon's love of ambush hunting permeates their intelligence and personality. That's the core that their intelligence is built on. They have a basic drive to lure in, trap, and sadistically murder other creatures. This influence, combined with their intelligence and great experience over a long lifespan, gives rise to a complex and horrific behaviour that is absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, very, very evil. All dragons have a desire to dominate, and they prefer other creatures around them to exist only at the dragon's whim. Even metallic dragons must be treated with a great deal of respect. Despite their more commonly good nature, they're still massive predators who can smell fear and hear heartbeats. They are far less likely to just up and murder any creature that acts arrogantly or without a proper sense of fear around them. The black dragon most certainly will react with lethal force, but more so than that, they know from birth that most humanoids are highly social creatures, and social creatures have a strong instinct to respond to each other. The green dragons have a highly complex behaviour when it comes to manipulating this. The black dragons have a much more brutal and sadistic method. They prefer to capture, torture, and use the victim as bait to lure in others. If a party of adventurers is drawn to the agonised screaming of someone else, they may be walking right into the black dragon's ambush, and it need not be in a swamp or other dismal environment the monsters prefer to lair in. The black dragon can easily cover hundreds of miles in flight, or swimming along river courses to hunt in locations a humanoid might never suspect to encounter them, because they're highly intelligent, and that intelligence is built around their predatory cunning. Black dragons view others as either a mate, a bait, or food, but again, it's a very complex psychopathic behaviour who they amuse themselves endlessly in their drive to hunt, entrap, torture, and murder other creatures. Obviously, talking to a skull dragon is extremely dangerous, but it may be the only thing that diverts one from immediately inflicting deliberately horrific, but not necessarily fatal injuries to a character, such as stripping all the flesh off their leg and bathing it in acid whilst hanging them from a tree, or just killing them on the spot, disemboweling them, but leaving them with enough blood in their body to survive is one of their favoured tactics as well. There are very few methods to divert, distract, or otherwise catch the dragon's attention. Each of them, of course, is very risky. Betrayal of allies is one of the best, an overt and completely self-interested act where the victim willingly becomes an accomplice to the dragon's hunting of their own kind, such as an adventurer telling the dragon the names of all their hirelings and where they're located with the party pack animals and any gathered treasure. This may grant the adventurer a momentary stay of execution as the dragon goes off to play a better game with those victims, calling them by name and murdering them one by one, and then all the pack animals and taking the loot back to its lair. Here's a fun aspect to an encounter, while I think of it. Dragons may be in the act of transporting loot back to their horde at any time when they have to stop or are stopped by a party of player characters, in which case they will deposit a heap of valuables nearby or perhaps even vomit up a great steaming pile of loot prior to engaging in combat because they carried in their gullets. This makes an interesting dynamic element to add to the encounter for a couple of reasons. One, it's certainly very distracting. Two, it's both difficult terrain and potentially pivotal to the fight, as the dragon may have grabbed an assortment of stuff and be planning on sorting it out at their leisure back at their lair, particularly magic items that it's not identified yet. There is a slim but not an insignificant chance that there is an object in that pile of treasure which could be used against the dragon. As a DM, you can select a character who makes the connection automatically due to some specific training or experience they have. You can roll a passive skill check for the whole party, or the dragon's own behaviour trying to keep the party away from the treasure may clue them into its tactical importance. The dragon may have recognised that it's made a tactical error and there's something that it can harm it in that treasure pile. To make it even more dynamic, what if the treasure is actually the loot of another dragon that the black dragon just raided the lair of, and it's following the trail of the black dragon thanks to having something in the loot that it can magically trace over a great distance? That dragon may show up at any time. The black dragon may use this idea as a bluff. The raiding dragon could be of any type. It may be another black dragon that it's trying to mate with, or potentially a rival. What if the black dragon was flying over a settlement and dropped its loot in the middle of the place, either accidentally or because it saw a threat, such as another dragon or a rock, maybe, and could not risk being weighed down by it if it had to fight? Perhaps the characters are on a boat, travelling across a lake or sea. Perhaps the loot bursts out of the lake, river or ocean, close to shore because the dragon is just putting it there for safekeeping as it deals with something under the water, such as a sea serpent, a giant dragon turtle or other aquatic threat. Either way, it will be coming back to retrieve that treasure soon, and it will either kill anyone around it or possibly be opening to bargaining to get it back, every single bit of it. Skull dragons are notoriously solitary, but they may have minions. Much like any other huge creature, they're capable of supporting a mini ecosystem around them. Though in the case of black dragons, this ecosystem is twisted and super aggressive. Kobolds are fanatically loyal and devoted to dragons, who they see as nothing less than divine beings. The true dragons are, for want of a better word, they're demigods. The physical perfection, beauty and supernatural power over the elements, the lair and regional effects of the dragons lend a lot of confirmation of this to them. You simply can't tell a kobold that dragons are not divine, any more than you could tell a human that angels aren't. And this includes black dragons, unfortunately. Skull dragons recognise the values of kobolds. All dragons do. Well, the usefulness of them. They have no respect for kobold lives. Their treatment of them is extremely abusive, and over time the kobolds who survive will be winnowed down to only the most sadistic, murderous and depraved chaotic evil individuals in the population that justify every act of their master. In fact, they revel in the black dragon's evil and horrible behaviour. Black dragon kobold minions will extol every atrocity the dragon has committed as a virtue to be praised and lauded to all they encounter. They will delight in assisting the dragon in its hunts, sacrificing themselves willingly to act as bait in the ambush, or dying in droves just to hamper and injure the player characters, and of course setting a dizzying array of traps and perils in and around the dragon's lair, particularly trapping and tormenting creatures which serve the dual purpose of amusing the dragon if released, which may stay the execution of some of the kobolds, and of course attacking any unexpected visitors. Lizard folk, who often dwell close to black dragon lairs, may also be heavily influenced by them, resulting in the black scale lizard folk variety, big, stupid, aggressive brutes who enjoy smashing the bones of opponents with great clubs and tearing the limbs off with their large fanged jaws. Skull dragons don't just create these mutations to protect their lair, they also breed them deliberately to make far more interesting hunting victims, which is the unfortunate dual purpose that ultimately all of its minions serve. Sooner or later, that dragon is going to kill them. It's just a matter of time. The exception would be the less interesting, but more useful creatures that thrive in the dragon's domain, such as oozes, particularly gelatinous cubes. Black dragons are immune to acid, so they've been known to pick up gelatinous cubes and use them as a treasure cleaning utensil. Be careful they don't throw one at you. Interestingly, the hatred that skull dragons have for all other creatures extends to other dragons, who they can't help but see as both a threat to their food and fun supply, but also a direct threat to their own life. And with skull dragons, seeing the potential dominance of another creature is a measure also of their attraction to that creature. So, while there's also a lot of murder of black dragons of other dragons, there also is quite a few black dragon hybrids. It's twisted, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles with dragons. I must say that hybrid dragons are not a breed unto themselves. So they're always individuals, always distinct individuals. They're also very lucky to have survived at all, and the circumstances of their birth is always an interesting story. So it's extremely rare to ever encounter just one of them in any location, unless they were deliberately created by something capable of dominating even adult dragons. So that's where you may find a few of that particular type. If a black dragon mates with another type of chromatic dragon, this is a cross-chromatic hybrid, and the traits and abilities of the offspring are fairly predictable. It's more of a straightforward blending of both parents' features, behaviour and abilities. An example would be a cross-chromatic black-blue hybrid, which would look something like this. It would likely have the ability to breathe water, spit acid, and prefer to lair near water sources, but also have a much less murderous attitude towards its own minions and enjoy sending them out to capture victims who are forced to fight each other. The dragon's menagerie of captured beasts and the dragon's own minions for the dragon's amusement. So essentially it would be operating its own personal gladiatorial arena. The dragon might also trust its minions to gather and transport loot for it, a bit more than the black dragon would. A hybrid of a chromatic and metallic dragon is quite different. The resulting offspring is rarer still, and often the breeding will not produce any viable offspring at all, and the metallic dragons will not tolerate such offspring to live. So one of the parents will have tried to murder the dragon before it even hatched, and will still hunt it well into adulthood, you can guarantee it. An example of a gold and black dragon hybrid is a terrifying monster that's capable of ensnaring victims in nightmares and hunts people in their sleep in a fashion quite similar to Freddy Krueger of the Nightmare on Elm Street movie franchise. When metallic and chromatic dragons crossbreed, though, the resulting offspring always have unpredictable traits. They may even have entirely new traits that bear very little resemblance to either parent. They may be stronger or weaker, may be able to polymorph or not, have a new type of breath weapon, a radically different attitude. It's impossible to know beforehand what is going to come out of that egg, other than it may look like a cross between the two on a basic physical level. Black half-dragons and black dragonborn are a lot more predictable and resemble their parents in most respects. The extremely rare crossbreeding of something like an Asmar would be as unpredictable in the same way as the blending of a metallic parent and a chromatic parent. Black dragons consumed by trolls can result in trolls with draconic traits, and of course skull dragons are quite fond of necromancy, so there's lots more black dragon dracoliches than there are gold dragon undead. The cult of the dragon knows full well that the intelligent elemental essence of departed black dragons are easier to bring back as dracoliches, but even these fanatics have enough sense of self-preservation to not do it as often as they probably could, although dracoliches of the black variety are far more common. During the long era that the elven global curse over the planet of Toril, known as the Dracarage Mythal, was in effect, all of dragon society was thrown into their version of the Dark Ages, where dragons were prevented from building up any sort of empires like they once had. The black dragons are typically solitary, full of hatred, and given to frenzied bursts of psychotic murder sprees anyway, so they have practically thrived during this long period of time. However, now that the Archwizard Samaster has ended the Dracarage and the dreaded madness of the Kingkiller Star once and for all, the stage is set for a gradual return to dragons taking their rightful place as tyrant lords of huge domains once more, unless nations put everything on the line to drastically reduce the draconic population and brace themselves for their terrible retaliation. The same doom that ended the giants of Astoria eons ago. But, for now, I have to wonder what passes through a skull dragon's mind as the Kingkiller Star rises and they no longer get overtaken with their homicidal rage. I'm inclined to think that they may miss it, perhaps even want to return to that era, as it did give them a bit of an edge over the metallics in a way. However, that might mean having to make some sort of an alliance with elves, and black dragons really hate that humanoid race with quite an intense passion. Adult black dragons have an intelligence of 14, the ancients can reach around 16, so they certainly can learn magic the same way that humanoids do, reading tomes and collecting lore from scrolls and other wizard spellbooks, but traditionally, dragons are one with elemental forces creatures and have an innate feel for magic that allows them to cast spells like a sorcerer. The most obvious focus of this manipulation of energy is with their breath weapon. The elemental power suffusing their entire body and coursing through their blood is concentrated, sort of compressed and squeezed out of their blood in a special organ near their lungs, generating an enormous burst of energy they expel from their throat. But once it is generated, it follows the same sort of rules as normal fire, acid, lightning and such. The generation of it, though, is supernatural, and dragons have their own secret arts of manipulating that process to make their breath weapon do extraordinary things. This is breath weapon meta magic, and in many ways you can easily emulate it near enough with the meta magic feats of other spellcasting classes. As a dungeon master, you don't have to explain every little nuance of dragon magical capability to the players during the game. A little bit of mystery goes a long way. So if a black dragon takes a moment during the fight to unleash their breath weapon on a large dark green crystal carved into the shape and relative size of a dragon skull, and creates a temporary draconic version of a spirit weapon, this is perfectly within the scope of draconic lore. Dragons of that age have a diverse arsenal of deadly tricks. You don't have to explain everything to the player characters. As I mentioned, with black dragons favouring necromancy, don't forget that dragons are capable of becoming more than just dracoliches or dragon zombies. They may have their share of wights, vampires, wraiths and even mummies. They also take the transformation into the shadow dragon by exposure to the energy of their shadowfell, like a duck takes to water. The 5th edition monster manual tells us that black dragons' filthy, acid-corroded lairs are full of vermin such as giant centipedes, flies, deformed, depraved and savage kobolds, treacherous acid pools. A black dragon's lair is a dismal cave or a grotto or a ruin that is at least partially flooded, providing pools where the dragon rests and where its victims can ferment. Within the lair, an adult black dragon will remain concealed until combat begins. It may have communicated with the party before then. At first sight, they appear more slender than other chromatic dragons, lean and powerful, kind of like a displacer beast with not a lot of spare fat around rippling, sinuous muscles. The black dragons from most worlds have distinctive forward-curving horns that frame and protect their face, a face which becomes more gaunt and skeletal as the dragon ages, which is how they get the name, the skull dragon. They have a lot of adaptations which help them live and move in the water, including webbed digits and a large frill which runs from the back of their head, usually down to the base of the neck, but sometimes all the way down the spine, though rarely will it extend down the tail at all. So this is an adaptation for just moving around in the water. They don't swim a lot, they tend to walk across the surface, kind of like a crocodile in some ways. Their hide is thick, but again grows less uniformly black and lustrous as they get older, and their wings often have a tattered edge to them late in life. They smell like rotting vegetation and foul water. Rotting meat wedges between their fangs, and their voice is a sibilant, threatening purr with a slightly phlegmatic gurgle from the acid drool that they tend to produce when contemplating a meal, which includes almost all conversations with humanoids. They're not the largest of the chromatic dragons. An adult black dragon is around 16 feet or 4.9 meters tall, 85 feet or 25.9 meters long, has a wingspan of 80 feet or 24.4 meters, and they only weigh about 80 tons, despite a steady diet of aquatic life and humanoids which they pickle in acid pools for several days before eating. When the black dragon hatches, its scales are small and glossy, and as it ages the scales become larger, thicker and more dull, helping it blend in with its swampy terrain. For 5th edition, they have the ability of the dragons to use lair actions and legendary actions, of course, which are vital to its surviving encounters with groups of player characters. First, on initiative count 20, losing initiative always ties, the black dragon takes a lair action to cause one of the following effects, and the dragon can't use the same effect 2 rounds in a row. Pools of water within the lair the dragon can see within about 120 feet surge outward in a grasping tide, so kind of like a sinkhole. Any creature in the ground within 20 feet of the pool must succeed on a DC 15 strength saving throw, or an athletics check usually, or be pulled up to 20 feet into the water and knocked prone. There's nothing that says that can't be acidic. A cloud of swarming insects fills a 20-foot radius where sphere centered in a point the dragon chooses within 120 feet of it. The cloud spreads around corners and remains until the dragon dismisses it as an action, uses this lair action again, or dies. The cloud is lightly obscured. Any creature in the cloud When it appears, must make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw, taking 3d6 piercing damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. A creature that ends its turn in the cloud takes 3d6 piercing damage. So it can maintain this cloud. If it foregoes using other lair attack actions, it can just have that cloud sitting in the combat area the entire time. Magical darkness can spread from a point the dragon chooses within 60 feet of it, filling a 15-foot radius sphere where until the dragon dismisses it as an action or uses the lair action again or dies. The darkness spreads around corners. A creature with dark vision can't see through this darkness, and non-magical light can't illuminate it. If any of the effects area overlaps with an area of light, a spell of second level or lower, that spell that created the light is dispelled. So it's pretty good. For regional effects, the region containing a legendary black dragon's lair is warped by the dragon's magic, which creates one or more of the following effects. And these are pervasive, they're elemental effects. The land within 6 miles of the lair takes twice as long as normal to traverse, since the plants grow thick and twisted, and the swamps are thick with reeking mud. Water sources within 1 mile of the lair are supernaturally fouled. Enemies of the dragon that drink the water regurgitate it within minutes. I would definitely have them roll against filth fever. For fog, typically lightly obscures the land within 6 miles of the lair almost perpetually. The dragon's influence on the region can also spontaneously generate shambling mounds and sometimes small outbreaks of blights. Plus, predatory vegetation naturally thrives in such areas anyway. If the dragon dies, the vegetation remains as it has grown, but other area effects fade over 1d10 days. So have a look at all the different types of carnivorous plants that you can find and stock the area. Think also of the more unusual and horrific things that the Blood Dragon may unleash within its region, such as the reanimated zombie corpse of a former dragon rival. So a green dragon zombie, for example. Even after the dragon is killed, it will leave behind some sort of scar on the land. The older the dragon, the more pronounced and legendary this will be. An ancient black dragon is essentially going to leave behind a blighted area that will be favoured territory for hags and other foul monsters for centuries to come. Certainly the trees are going to grow weird and spooky for quite some time, even for just a regular adult black dragon. Remember, taking heavy advantage of the black dragon's ability to move underwater, create concealing and distracting swarms of bugs, clouds of fog, sacrifice fanatical and psychotic minions, and use its cunning to force a fight in an area of its choosing by using torture, manipulation, and terror. Okay, some examples of famous black dragons. Voarag Ham-Anthar, known as the Black Death, was one of the most famous black dragons around the year 1372 DR. It was actually two dragons with an unusual close bond. They were twins. The twin sibling was Waer Vaer Rendor, and both dragons were capable sorcerers who desired immortality, but not by becoming Dracoliches. Attracted by the isolation of the region called the Mere of Dead Men and legends about the horde of Charden Sierra Vitriol and the treasures of flooded Uth Tower and other realms, they took up residence there searching. They especially hoped to find the twin lost crowns of Mirmoran, and reputed to have enhanced the empathic bond between the fraternal monarchs of Uth Tower and Yarlith, which would have suited their purposes and granted them magical powers. They started posing as only one dragon to confuse their enemies, named Voarag Ham-Anthar, and soon tales were told across the realms about the legendary Werum of the Mere, a strange black dragon that could appear out of nowhere and assault adventurers. Despite not really being interested in becoming Dracoliches, they did approach the local cult of the Dragon cell and use them for their plans. Thanks to the cultists, the Black Dragon brothers recovered one of the twin crowns of Mirmoran. I don't know if they ever got both of them, though. Sach Malsveer, the Sun Swallower, the Chosen of Talona, better known as Thos Furinin, was an adult black dragon living in the Lizard Marsh near the town of Daggerford during the time of the Second Sundering, mated with the black dragon Chileen of the High Moor and Western Heartlands, a very famous legacy. She herself was the great-granddaughter of the black worm Dracolich, Calathanorgoth, the Old One. Her parents were Vilholin and Wasterik, who these black dragons formed House Oragoth, an organisation and lineage of black dragons which dominated Oragoth on the High Moor. Their house was originally a powerful arcanist family from the fallen Empire of Netheril, which, as you would expect, was somewhat obsessed with draconic power and suspected of accidentally unleashing ancient evil on the world related to the long-lost serpent race. The house was revived under the direction of Callan Thornorogoth in 90 DR, who plumbed the ancient lore until he found a secret of necromancy that transformed him into the Dracolich. Orogoth was well known along the Sword Coast, especially in Arm, as a lucrative adventuring spot centred on a sprawling villa complex in the eastern part of the High Moor and the tunnels under it that extended to the Serpent Hills, with tales circulating about heaps of gems for the taking. As such, the house was frequently targeted for plunder by the Cult of the Dragon, Yuan Ti from nearby Najara, and adventurers in general. These efforts were summarily squashed, with offenders routinely killed or transformed into beasts through forbidden magics. Mergan Devon Nasander was hatched in 659 DR in Zakara. He wandered the south for decades before settling down on the Cholton Peninsula, where he gained a much-deserved reputation for terrorizing the inhabitants for hundreds of miles around him. So fearsome were the tales that they even reached a certain drow elf named Dristu Erden, who used his readings about Mergan Devanasander's folklore to fool a red dragon that he was a black dragon trapped in dark elf form, thanks to a little detail about the black dragon's eyes being an unusual lavender colour, just like Grist's own. There are many black dragons across the realms and many worlds. They have been around for hundreds of thousands of years and consider the world to be theirs, much like the giants do, or did. Even ancient cultures like those of elves are mere infant civilizations by their standards, and the woefully short lifespans of mortal creatures cause black dragons to see them as little more than interesting animals and challenging meals. Please hit the like button if you made it this far, subscribe if you like what I do, if you think I've earned your subscription. Check out my Subscribe Star for Patreon links for all the full scripts for these videos, buy some Teespring merchandise, wear your geek with pride, and as always, thanks for listening, and I'll be back with more for you very soon.
Another excellent video. What dragon are you going to cover next?
I'm glad you liked it. I don't know. Reds, maybe? What do you think? Or should we do a metallic? Oops. Hey there everyone, AJ back again for the Mighty Gluestick channel. I make videos about Dungeons & Dragons lore full-time and have a collection of hundreds of monster ecology and strategy videos on my channel. If you like what I do, please consider becoming a member of the channel or backing me on Patreon and subscribing to be here as I upload at least twice a week. The planes of lore, the forces of order, the powers that govern the structure of the planes of existence. In today's video, I'll be talking at some length about the inevitables and the inexorables and the aeons, so I'll be crossing the stream and incorporating both D&D across multiple editions and settings, and Pathfinder 2nd edition, and Matt Colville's Strongholds and Followers. I'll also talk about the planet Earth and our prime material plane in a strictly hypothetical fantasy sense, with a little fun theory you may choose to incorporate in your games as a little bit of a mind bender. After all, the Mulan race of humans on the planet of Toril were originally from planet Earth, according to the official lore, so let's explore that a little bit. There's a lot which I don't include in this video, which I'll be covering in subsequent videos in this sort of series on the forces of lore and good and stuff. I must stress that a lot of the stuff I'll talk about, unless I am quoting from official sources, is entirely optional elements you can include in your campaigns, so I'll be riffing on my own ideas about things as well as the official stuff. If you're a fan of the Warforged outside of Eberron, you'll love the stuff I include towards the end of this video. One question I've been asked many times is, in a multiverse where the forces of chaos and evil are so prevalent and destructive, so widespread and actively seeking to expand their influence, why are the forces of lore order, and good so passive and seemingly aloof from the prime material plane? Could they not just bring their full power to bear and deal with these planes of evil and chaos once and for all? Well, they did, sort of. A large faction of the angels did go on a massive crusade. Dragon Magazine issue 341, which I'll be drawing from extensively, published in March 2006, The Ecology of the Inevitables by David Noonan, talks about this event from the perspective of scholarly works in the game world. And I quote, "By the standards of the eons-old multiverse, the rise of the Inevitables is a relatively recent occurrence. Some historical text, most notably Accounting of the Realms Beyond by Ganthros the Elder and Verses of the Blood War by Hanak Lathar, trace their emergence to 10,000 years ago. Significantly, this coincides with the descent of the Drow on the world of Toril, the first Seros War, which saw the aquatic empires of the Sea of Fallen Stars thrown into chaos and ruin. This whole era, for the next 1,000 years, is really the story of the fall of the elven and dwarven civilizations, paving the way for the ascent of humanity. Meanwhile, in the outer planes at this time, angelic creatures called Athanacts resided in the plane of Mechanus. They were both ambitious and obsessed with justice. The Athanacts raised enormous armies and stormed out of Mechanus to wage a crusade across the planes, bringing vast swaths of the multiverse under their rigid code of law. According to Ganthros the Elder, the gods themselves put an end to the Great Crusade, and according to Lathar, it was even more widespread with an unprecedented alliance of convenience among the fiends of the lower planes and the archons, angels, and Eladrin of the upper planes. Whatever the case, the last Athanact disappeared some 10,000 years ago. The multiverse was in something of a lawless disarray. AJ back again to the Mighty Gluestick channel. I make videos about Dungeons and Dragons lore full-time and have a collection of hundreds of monster ecology and strategy videos on my channel. Fortress-like, if you like what I do, please consider becoming a member of the channel where they backing me on Patreon, constructed them, and subscribing to me here as I upload at least twice a week. The planes of law, the forces of order, the powers that govern the structure of the planes of existence. In today's video, I'll be talking at some length about the inevitables and the inexorables and the aeons, so I'll be crossing the stream and incorporating both D&D across multiple editions and settings, and Pathfinder 2nd Edition, and Matt Colville's Strongholds and Followers. I'll also talk about the planet Earth and our prime material plane in a strictly hypothetical fantasy sense, with a little fun theory you may choose to incorporate in your games as a little bit of a mind bender. After all, the Mulan race of humans on the planet of Toril were originally from planet Earth, according to the official lore, so let's explore that a little bit. There's a lot which I don't include in this video, which I'll be covering in subsequent videos in this sort of series on the forces of law and good and stuff. I must stress that a lot of the stuff I'll talk about, unless I am quoting from official sources, is entirely optional elements you can include in your campaigns. So I'll be riffing on my own ideas about things as well as the official stuff. If you're a fan of the Warforged outside of Eberron, you'll love the stuff I include towards the end of this video. One question I've been asked many times is, in a multiverse where the forces of chaos and evil are so prevalent and destructive, so widespread and actively seeking to expand their influence, why are the forces of law, order, and good so passive and seemingly aloof from the prime material plane? Could they not just bring their full power to bear and deal with these planes of evil and chaos once and for all? Well, they did, sort of. A large faction of the angels did go on a massive crusade. Dragon Magazine issue 341, which I'll be drawing from extensively, published in March 2006, The Ecology of the Inevitables by David Noonan, talks about this event from the perspective of scholarly works in the game world. And I quote, "By the standards of the eons-old multiverse, the rise of the Inevitables is a relatively recent occurrence. Some historical text, most notably Accounting of the Realms Beyond by Ganthros the Elder and Verses of the Blood War by Hanak Lathar, trace their emergence to 10,000 years ago. Significantly, this coincides with the descent of the Drow on the world of Toril, the first Seros War, which saw the aquatic empires of the Sea of Fallen Stars thrown into chaos and ruin. This whole era, for the next 1,000 years, is really the story of the fall of the elven and dwarven civilizations, paving the way for the ascent of humanity. Meanwhile, in the outer planes at this time, angelic creatures called Athanacts resided in the plane of Mechanus. They were both ambitious and obsessed with justice. The Aphanacs raised enormous armies and stormed out of Mechanus to wage a crusade across the plains, bringing vast swaths of the multiverse under their rigid code of law. According to Ganthros the Elder, the gods themselves put an end to the Great Crusade, and according to Lathar, it was even more widespread with an unprecedented alliance of convenience among the fiends of the lower planes and the archons, angels, and Eladrin of the upper planes. Whatever the case, the last Aphanact disappeared some 10,000 years ago. The multiverse was in something of a lawless disarray in the wake of this era of conflict, and then, appearing amidst the spinning and gargantuan gears of Mechanus, these huge, fortress-like Kraish forges were observed. Exactly where they came from, who constructed them, neither Ganthros the Elder or Hanak Lothar can identify with any certainty. Most modern scholars assume Primus has something to do with it, but then why would he not just make them part of his Modron race? I quite like to flip over to Pathfinder here and incorporate the concept of the Aeons. The best way to describe them is the body of beings of various types who serve the monad. And the monad is the universal concept that all law serves all existence, and in a perfect state of law, everything is part of one system, serving one purpose, with all else being perfectly functional parts of it. If I take the example of the dark powers from Ravenloft, Overgod Ao and the cosmic powers beyond that he answers to, or some of the fundamentally ancient and powerful primordials in the multiverse, the boundary between a fundamental physical law of the multiverse and the most powerful entities of the multiverse are extremely blurry. We, as roleplayers, like to anthropomorphize these things because it makes them more interesting story elements. The monad is law, the aeons are manifestations of aspects of law, and the massive factories deep within Mechanus thrummed with activity and remained a total mystery for a full decade before observers saw the emergence of the very first inevitables. For the first century, they all looked the same as they marched out, and they were called the Maruts. If I can digress here for a moment and interject a fun little concept, our planet, Earth, is a part of D&D lore. It's not our reality, of course. This is just make-believe D&D Earth. Our planet is basically a dead magic zone in the game, and the laws of physics are very dominant. There is no wild space or phlogiston either, so Earth can't really be reached by spelljamming D&D space travel. However, it can be reached via magical portals. We know from the lore that D&D Earth was plundered of people from two time periods in Earth's ancient Middle East. Some 5,400 years ago on Toril, by the Amaskari Empire after a great plague wiped out quite a lot of their population. The Earth people were brought over for the next 4 centuries. They were relatively easy pickings because no Earth humans had any command of magic. Eventually, the slave population began to intermarry with the Amaskari, giving rise to the Mulan ethnicity on Toril. Well, the Amaskari Empire was ruled over by artificer lords. It was an age of technology and magic, much like the rise of Lantan and its production of shield golems, smoke powder, and other technological wonders. The humans of Earth were no good with magic, but they contributed to the wondrous late period of the Amaskari Empire, which saw some amazing construction and feats of engineering. Look around our planet. In the absence of magic, under the influence of law, it seems we are naturally inclined towards industry, technology, and increasing automation. It seems very likely that we will develop artificial intelligence and ever more advanced robotics and cybernetics. Now look at Dungeons & Dragons and the ultimate exemplars of law. The machine entities, which are the inevitables, the machine plane of Mechanus. Now imagine a warforged warlock whose patron is actually an inevitable, or a warforged cleric of the monad who views both organic and inorganic life as nothing more than different aspects of machines, equally perfect, but best when combined, like their own life form. Imagine playing a human with an extra-dimensional background origin being our own planet, though offset as we are from the current 5th edition timeline, so Toril 1492 DR is actually the year 1750 AD on Earth, which is just prior to the start of the Industrial Revolution. Steam engines, indoor plumbing, well before interchangeable parts of manufacturing styles, bicycles and the various industrial machines, but still not primitive, and knowledge was being condensed and widely distributed thanks to the printing press. So you could easily, feasibly, make a character who blended in well with a fantasy world like Toril. It's not too big of a stretch. Okay, back to the inevitables. Unfortunately, 5th edition only gives one example, and it's very specific to the city of Sigil. And yeah, this should never have been called a Marut. I'll go further to say this version is certainly not going to survive if we get a 6th edition of the game, because it's not founded in the rich lore of the game, so it has no logical underpinning and falls apart if you try to expand on it in a campaign. So yeah, I treat this monster listing as an advanced clockwork of type of golem, not an inevitable. Though inevitables are not gods, the power that is incorporated into their workings is divine, not arcane. Though for creatures of ultimate lore, they can actually break the rule themselves. No, a far superior version of them is to be found in the Pathfinder 2nd edition bestiary, but I am less interested in the raw stats of these creatures and would rather focus on what they are and how they operate. So here is a list of the known inevitables. There's a few in Pathfinder that I need to cover in later videos. I will touch on strongholds and followers as well, with the inexorables afterwards. Maruts, most common, look like red-eyed, unliving giants carved from a single piece of polished, pure onyx stone, with no discernible joints or seams, though they move with the stone somehow flexing and bending smoothly. At a minimum of 12 feet tall, they are massive, broad, and heavy, enchanted constructs of seemingly divine origin. Maruts wear golden armor with wide plates on the shoulders and armbands. They speak only in response to direct questioning, except when relaying messages given to them, and they understand all languages. Maruts enforce cosmic law and are sent out with a specific target programmed into them. When they emerge from the fortress crash of Mechanus, they are basically memory wiped, and it takes them a bit of trial and practice to learn how to interact with other beings of the multiverse. But they are intelligent, and they do learn and develop a unique personality based on their experiences in the performance of their duty. So think of the Terminator robots. They have a learning CPU. So does the Marut and other inevitables. All inevitables share these common traits. They are lawful neutral. They don't have a sense of humour. They are immune to any magic or effect that would alter their physical form. They are also immune to any magic or effect which would hamper their movement. They have true sight, and they can sense if a creature or phenomenon they can perceive is chaotic. They are very bothered by chaos, and also don't like magic. They typically do not have any bonus to save versus any magic other than that which I've already described. They all self-repair. They do not require food, water, air, or sleep, and they never suffer from exhaustion, nor can they be affected by poison or disease. Some can plane shift under their own power, such as the Marut and Korut and Varakut. Others must seek out natural portals and means of transport, such as the Zalakut and Kolyarut. They absorb information like a sponge and have perfect recall. Plus, they usually spend a long time away from the Forge crash on mission after mission, but they eventually do return and will be reprogrammed, losing their personality and memories once again, which they have no problem with. It is their purpose which matters, not their individuality. I'll just quote the 1D4chan wiki descriptions of the different inevitables that they have listed there, as they do a fine job condensing the lore down. The Marut is tasked with hunting down those who cheat death and delivering them to the end they escaped. As such, the enemies of the Marut are beings like liches, necromancers, cult leaders, extremely long-lived wizards, those who restore the dead back to life over and over, and this can bring them into direct conflict with those who bring adventurers back to life through resurrection and raise dead, or for anyone who is using necromancy to raise the dead as minions. Maruts are patient in their hunts, biding their time until they are ready to strike. Because of the solitary nature of many of their targets, Maruts have little opportunity to practice their social interactions, and as such are the slowest to develop personalities. What 5th edition is calling a Marut is actually the role of the Kolyarut, which are designed to uphold oaths, both spoken and written. They appear like humanoid constructs made of black metal. They often have a half-finished look, with many exposed parts jutting out here and there. Their heads often have the back exposed, and two glowing red eyes look forward from the skull. Kolyarut track down oathbreakers and use intimidation, magic, or outright force to browbeat someone into upholding their bargain. They will only kill if it is part of the bargain in question, otherwise they use spells like suggestion or guess in order to get the job done. Kolyarut hold all bargains to be equal in their importance, from the repayment of a monetary debt to the promise of an extra-dimensional horror to destroy the gods. You can see the book Elder Evils for details on this one. They are the most talkative kind of inevitable. You could say they're almost diplomatic. They often speak with people in places where oaths are normally sworn, such as courts of royalty or law, temples, and other such places. As such, they return back to the forge creches regularly. They do not differentiate between those who have no intent on upholding their oaths, those who unwillingly break their oaths, or those who are not able to uphold their oaths for some reason. If possible, they first inform the targets of them being in breach. If they are willing to uphold their oaths or parts of the oath, the Kolyaret will make sure that they do. Those less willing are made to uphold their bargain through force or magic. Inform the targets of them being in breach. If they are willing to uphold their oaths or parts of the oath, the Kolyaret will make sure that they do. Those less willing are made to uphold their bargain through force or magic. But if the Kolyaret discovers that both parties do not keep their ends of the bargain, it treats the bargain as void and dismisses it. The Quarut are tasked with delivering justice to those who meddle in time and relative dimensions in space, causing rippling effects that distort space and all other kinds of magibabble stuff you normally see on Doctor Who or the antics of the gods. It's an important note that the Inevitables do not mess with the actions of the gods. The foes of the Quarut are potent indeed, and as such they keep their distance until they're better understanding of their quarry. They often engage their foes by matter of proxies, interrogate associates and minions, and seek weaknesses in their foes through their support networks. While the Quarut are formidable in battle, the easiest way to deal with them is to determine what they want to fix and the damage you've done. This is often easier said than done and may require anything up to and including time travel to undo some calamity. Quarut look like warped marionettes with slender brown frames and complex green-gold plating. They tend to employ magic in order to gain the upper hand in battle. Even spells like Wish and Time Stop
can to seize their targets. Hear me now?
They seem to conveniently ignore the fact that the use of these
still
spells
can't
is
hear
what
you.
Created in the first place to
Okay, I've done something with my settings here apparently, I guess. Can I not hear this? How about now? I can hear you. Hey, how's it going today, man? Fair enough. Yes, I'm just logging back in right now. I will be in just a moment here. No problem, man. No problem. You take your time. I'm logging in because I was on my other character. I had to sit down. Do the 30-second log out there, you know? Almost there. I just got a couple more things to switch around here. Trying to like put things in bags. What else was I gonna grab? Potatoes, I need those. Fuck, what else did I need? Oh, fucking Christ. I think that should be it. Pardon? Sorry, I just heard really loud. There you are. There was wolves like yelling really loud. I'm gonna transfer some bags, and then yeah, you don't need too many slots free. Like maybe 4 slots. I'm in the bank or where I was right beside you there. I'm just a little encumbered. I see ya. Okay. Give it this. Oh, whoops. Maybe that was my. Give this. You can't give full bags. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. That's ridiculous. Okay, you might need some more slots. But I will grab the main things here. Oh, perfect. I'm going to toss that over. That's going to transfer over. Just, more ore. That's going to transfer it over. Confirm that's it for now. I got to empty these bags somehow. This game would be nice if you could trade full bags, but womp womp. Alright, I'm just gonna sell a bunch of stuff, I guess. Yeah, I just want to give as much cash over as possible, but 5 silver should be enough to start. Where'd you go here? Oh, there you are. Bop. 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 Um, Alright. Confirm. And oops, I forgot to trade you my money. I don't have any money in my bank. I don't think I deposited any. Oh, I have 5 silver. Okay. Oops. One more, and then we're good to log out. Or I'm good to log out. Trade. So I've given you 10 silver. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna log off. I appreciate you doing this, by the way. I was not a fan of this class. Oh, it's all good, man. It's all good. I'm doing much better on the cleric. You know. What do you think of my little Papega? He's got a wizard hat and a little star pajamas now. Yeah, a little crystal ball. Yeah, I'm gonna learn how this program works. It's pretty fun so far. No, fair enough. I will be logging on in 2 secs here, but I'm sorry. Well, hopefully tomorrow is not a crazy cleaning day for you, and we can we can debut your model. We'll stream all day. It'll be great. I'm joking. There you are. I'm just standing in the middle of the bank. My name is Yoggers. Oh, there you are. Trade. Yes. Nope, nope, my bag's good. I got a bunch of slots. I think so as well. Maybe some apples? I think I had some apples. Oh, yes, I do have 24 apples. Perfect, thank you. I did not see those. I should have like 10 coal. Yes, I have 11 coal. All right. Perfect. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Now, oh, it's all good. I found out that this guy, or that clerics wear plate armor, so I'm gonna try and craft up some heavy armor. Yeah, catch you tomorrow, man. Peace.
internet, we haven't met in person yet, and that's how I'd like you to say. 'Cause I've been down this road before, they always end up wanting more. They take one look and run away. 'Cause I'm a creature of the night. How could she